Be back here by 1940. That's 7:40 and only.
All right. You know it is. Tectonic's been it. Proper. Very good morning, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. How we doing? It's 8:42 GMT here in the UK. You know it is. Go on, Teddy. Welcome to RAF Mildenhall, home of the heavies, and everything else that turns up for our Mildenhall bingo. My name's Nikos, I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. How we doing? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're live here at RAF Mildenhall, and I hope you're all good and well. Hoping for some heavy action today. I can hear one start up already, which is the C-146 Wolfhound. Welcome to Team Mildenhall. This is not only home of the 100th Air Refueling Wing, but it's also home to the 352nd Special Operations Wing, along with a detachment of the 55th Wing's 95th Reconnaissance Squadron. And I think they're still here, the 501st Combat Support Wing, although I do believe they do have some at Fairford. But anyway, it's arrived earlier today while I was setting up. Always something when I turn up, every time. Oh, dearie me. Packed with history, as you can imagine, RAF Mildenhall. Oh yes, it's seen some fantastic aircraft from its time. So a big shout out to all personnel, all crew, all airmen at RAF Mildenhall. How you doing this morning? Big shout out to all our US fans as well and our US viewers. Hope we're all good. Big shout out to all of you. Thank you for what you do. You know how it is. Strong winds behind, well, not too strong, just not gusting, but just a little bit of pushy, I'd say about 15 knots. Thank you to everyone who's tuned in today, and I hope you enjoyed yesterday. Yesterday was amazing, wasn't it? This is... Oh, better go and get my radio. I don't know what it's doing down there. Whoa.
That's fine. Copy that, and I'm still waiting at your clock. Copy.
Okay, so we've got our first departure coming up. It is indeed a C-146 Wolfhound. Mildenhall is a great place to just chill out and watch a variety of aircraft. Now its military designation is the C-146. It's based on the Dornier 328, I think I said 228 on my last stream, which is actually what the RAF Falcons parachute display team use. Same sort of aircraft-ish. So for those that are used to, for those that are familiar, with the wonderful tribute to the 100th, those that have seen Masters of the Air, and those that are familiar with the 100th bomb group, and those that have been to Thorpe Abbott's, for those that don't know, the legacy is still going. It's here, the 100th Air Refueling Wing. They are the successor, shall we say, or at least not the successor, probably the wrong word, but the lineage, their route, the nickname still exists today, still going. But there's only one squadron of the 4 of the 100th bomb group at the time. Of course, they're now called the 100th Air Refueling Wing, a very different role, and it's the 351st Air Refueling Squadron that's still keeping that legacy alive. The 100th Air Refueling Wing proudly flies the only World War II marking operationally. That's the difference. It's not for any ceremonial. Although, don't forget, ladies and teddy bears, each bomb group or the legacy, the lineage, their World War II markings will always stay with them. The 100th Air Refueling Wing have the honour to still fly it today proudly on their KC-135s, because they're not too far away from their original Thorpe Abbott Station 139. Thanks for joining us on this lovely chilled out day here at RAF Mildenhall. And a very good morning to everyone who's tuned in. Good day, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're watching from in the world. Thank you very much for you all for joining us. Stephen Draper, you're welcome. Glad you like the history lessons. I've just been still working on my Mildenhall script. I haven't quite finished yet. I've got as far as 1948 that I've been memorizing and putting it into, well, I can put it into action. So after 1948 I will just need to use my notes, but I'm trying to word it in yeah, for those that read scripts with a bit of freedom will probably know what I mean, but I do tend to sort of TCS it, you know, got a Ted Coningsby Squadron it. You know, just write down the key points, do the research, read loads of books. I mean, the van is just getting a bit lower and lower, so if the view gets lower, it's probably because I've got too many models and books in the van. But I do love learning. I guess, class myself as a bit of a historian. So for those asking about military movements, potluck it. It is all potluck. We are here and very grateful and very lucky to be able to come and view aircraft in a safe environment. So for those asking about certain movements, they're not publicised for security reasons. This is why we don't distribute or publicise any movements for their departures and operational stuff. We're just here to enjoy the aircraft. Everything else is you know, you could put it in one context. We're here to enjoy people working. If you want to put it as sort of bland as you like, but that is the reality of it. However, it's a bit more than that, isn't it? They serve our country. They serve the Air Force. They're there to protect UK airspace and interests around the world. But of course, what we see today and what we always see is just all training. If it wasn't, we wouldn't be here. Right, T72, how you doing? Alan Gates, Argan, Aspen, what up? Matt Foster. Ruben, how you doing? Matt Foster, how you doing? Right, okay, here's our C-146 Wolfhound just down at runway 10. Sharp light this morning, but it's always the way here first thing in the morning. So we are in the there isn't a official. It's really bad grammar of me. Come on, Nicholas, come on. There isn't an official viewing area here at Mildenhall, but there is a wonderful, wonderful place where I am now, the Nook campsite, with a £2 charge per person. On your way in, there is a box where you pay. Please abide by the rules. There are opening and closing times. Now, it is a campsite, but the beauty here is you don't have to be a patron, shall we say, as in someone camping here to be able to come to the field to view. So the field is a designated viewing area, which is amazing, set up by John, thank you very much. And it's just £2 per person all day. When I say all day, it's up to the times that it's got on the gate. Please abide by it. There are toilets here as well that you can use. Please use the correct one. Here we go. The 67th Special Operations Squadron operate the C-146. there we go, the C-146. Oh, will we get lucky with some Osprey action? Let's have a look. Just trying to see if there's any covers. There doesn't appear to be one on the last one of those three. Possibly... yeah, the last one looks pretty good. Can't see any well, there might be. Just probably can't see it from this angle. I think there is actually. Never mind. We'll just... doesn't mean we're not going to see anything. It could mean that they'll take the covers off and get cracking. So that was the C-146 there, of the 67th Special Operations Squadron. And they are part of the 352nd Special Operations Wing, which the flying component is the 752nd. Now the C-146A Wolfhound, its basic mission, its primary mission is to provide US Special Ops Command flexible and responsive operational movement of small teams and cargo in support of the Theatre Special Operations Commands. So it also does airlift missions conducted by the Air Force's, or AFSOC, the Air Force Special Operations Command air crews. It's a twin engine, as you've seen, high wing aircraft. Did remind me a little bit of the Dornier 228. But of course there's a bit more than that. It is equipped with a variety of systems to allow to operate in austere conditions, so it'd be highly modified Dornier 328, and which is a turboprop, and it's powered by the two Pratt & Whitney PW119C turboprop engines. It's got a max takeoff shaft horsepower of 2,282 as well, with a wingspan of 68 feet 10 inches. That's 20.98, so just around about a width of 2 Typhoons, basically, as in its wingspans in respect. So there are a variety of aircraft that are based here. So as you can see on the screens there, again, part of the 752nd Special Operations Group. We've got the CV-22 Osprey. We also fly the MC-130J Commando 2. And then, of course, the 100th Air Refueling Wing. Although this isn't theirs, they fly this, the KC-135. There are a few different variants popping around. And finally, the 95th Reconnaissance Squadron fly a variety of RC or RJs. You get a few variety of the RC-135, such as the Rivet Joint. We've also got, we had the Constant Phoenix. There's another one with the shark mouth on it. I can't remember what that's called, but there we go. Something like Combat Scent. I might be, was it Combat Scent? It could be. Gosh. I've only ever seen that once, so that's what we'll. That's what the variety entails. So you know, it's just a case of turning up and hoping for the best, because you just never know what you're going to get. So I hope you all enjoy today. See what we're going to get, and of course, I'll be keeping you entertained with history as well, and a few bears will be popping on to see what's going on today. So the base, the original base here at Mildenhall, of course, was built in 1934. There is an original hangar, which is this building here, dating back from its World War II period. I've got a photo with it with the Wellingtons, so it's potentially pre-World War II, this hangar here, and possibly that one just behind, but this one here, this is an original from World War II, so amazing. I actually found a photo, so Fighter Squadron, I sent you a little photo of my studies that I managed to locate. So it's pretty amazing history, really is, here with Mildenhall, in respect to the fact that it was built in 1934. And it's seen some fantastic aircraft here. One of them that really, sort of in a more modern times, one that really put Mildenhall on the spotter map was the Detachment 4 of SR-71 Blackbirds here. I know, right? How amazing would that have been? And it set a few world records as well at the time. Why not? To get here, it was fantastic stuff. There's so much history. We can literally just have no aircraft and we can just talk history all day regarding this and go into extreme detail. But of course, I'm always constantly learning, so there's always something new that I can potentially bring to you on the show. Sounds like the APU running over there, isn't it? Does sound like it. Well, we'll just sit back, relax, and hope for the best. Just going to have a look at my ADS-B, see if we've got anything nearby or something heading this way to get excited about. Let's have a look. Ginger Bailey, how you doing? Hope you're good. Nick Ward, how's it going as well? Triple Nick, Julie Beard, Mike G, Afro Al, Davey, Philip Knoll, Aspen, Mike G, Aryan, Davey, LEJ Approach, how you doing? Hope you're good. Margot Baxter, how you doing as well? Blocks, how's it all going? Welcome to the Tech Speed channel. Now, tell you what I'm going to do. It's not related to here, but it will be featured on our Marum streams. I think it's too exciting not to show you it. Give me 1 second, we're going to get it. Oh yes. One doesn't have any scissors, so it's this could be a fail. Hang on. But I can't wait to show you this on our Marum streams. It's pretty cool. Have a guess what I've got. You're going to love this. Have a quick guess. You've got about 10 seconds to guess what I've got. Have a go. Have a guess what I've got on me. To do with Marum. It's a beaut. You're going to love this. You're going to love it. Come on, keep guessing. What do you think I've got? And what I didn't know is how related to Marum it was. I got the aircraft, didn't think, here it is. Look at this, will be featured on our Marum streams. That's right, the Handley Page Victor K2. Now what's special about this one is that it is indeed a Marum 57 Squadron Handley Page Victor. How beautiful is this 5-seat strategic bomber, which was eventually converted to play a very different role into air-to-air refueling, which is just incredible. It was operated by 57 Squadron. Now this one is XL189, and it was the first Victor deployed to the Ascension Falklands when it flew non-stop there on the 18th of April 1982. Okay, so this Victor, this is the one that supported the Black Buck 1, which of course the Black Buck raids over the Falklands, refueling the Vulcan that bombed the Argentine-held Stanley airport, and it remained airborne for 14 hours and 5 minutes, ladies, gents and teddy bears, travelling the furthest distance with the bomber and carrying out the last southbound refueling 3,000 miles from Ascension. So I will show you which one it was on my chart of that, which is absolutely incredible. And this is the Victor that finally returned to Marum after that on the 15th of May 1982. It redeployed to the Ascension Islands on the 2nd of June of 1982, and it carried out further tanking missions with the Vulcan bombers, and that was Black Buck 6. Now interestingly, I do have, of course it's not for the show purposes, I do actually have it at home. I do have the Vulcan of Black Buck 6 with the rockets on it. Returned to Marum once again on the 30th of June 1982, and following further service with 55 Squadron as well at Marum, XL 189 was retired to Waddington in 87 and put on display there. So for those who don't know, it's of course carries some various conventional weapons and nuclear weapons, including up to 35,540 kilo 1,000-pound bombs and 1 Blue Steel Mark 1 air-to-surface missile. Has a wingspan of 36.48 meters. That's 120 feet, which is incredible. 120 feet. That rings a bell. Do you know what? That is the same wingspan then of the Avro Lincoln, believe it or not. And at a length of 35.03 meters, it's 114 feet. Height sat at 8.57 meters, and the short Stirling bomber sat at a height of just short of 7. Amazing, amazing, absolutely amazing. It could do a speed of 640, powered by the Rolls-Royce Conway Mark 201 turbofans, producing 20,600 pounds of thrust, which is incredible. This is actually weighing quite a lot. Combat radius 2,300 miles at high level. Max cruising height 55,000 feet. It's a remarkable piece of engineering on this. Again, another wonderful aircraft by Handley Page. I did manage to get it out of the box. It was all completely new. Bless it. I hope we don't damage this one because it's absolutely stunning. It's flawless in the box. So I'll do my very best to look after it. It's in. It's in all right. So that was the Handley Page Victor. Right, let's have a look at what we got. Let's put it on my let's put that on there. Well, I hope you're all good, ladies, gents, steady bears. We had a good time yesterday, didn't we? It was really good, really good. And Claire and I are on adventures on Friday. I'll try and get you some footage of our adventures for you, which would be pretty cool. Oh, absolutely, the Victor was an incredible aircraft, amazing, just spectacular, really amazing. What an era though, eh? Victor, Valiant and the Vulcan, what an era. For those that were fortunate enough to see them all, fair play. I don't think I managed to do so, unfortunately. I think I was a bit too young and just not exposed to, I mean, I've seen the Vulcan, which was amazing. Really good. Seeing the Phantom. One story is I was in Crete probably about 14 years ago when I was knocked off my Piaggio 70cc, whatever it was, something like that, and it completely strafed across the highway between Heraklion and Refeuling. It did a practice display over the beach. Oh my word, it was a Phantom, and it was so low over the highway, completely knocked me off my which I was delighted anyway, because at least, you know, it was done for good reason. And I just parked up and watched it across the beach doing a practice display. It was pretty spectacular, really good. I think it's the only time I've ever seen a actual Phantom display, that one. Now, that was in 2011 in Crete. Again, that was just something hilarious, just getting knocked off my little moped like that. Don't forget to download the Brize Bingo. We do have the Mildenhall edition free on our website. There's a set of 6 cards 1 to 6. It's exactly like bingo, except it's things that go on here, so enjoy. Looks like I've got a... Yes, I still do it, even at my age. Got a little hedgehog there, look. See the hedgehog? I think it's a hedgehog. Yep, things in the skies. That is a hedgehog. Sorry, I just thought it looked like a hedgehog. Yeah, I still do shapes in the clouds, still do that. Anyone agree that looked like a hedgehog? It's not far out, is it? I mean, it did look like a hedgehog. I know, probably, yeah. Without the spikes, but hey. Yeah, I was trying to create it from Top Gun. It was pretty cool that day. I didn't know what was going on. I wasn't expecting to see anything, and I was just happily going. I think I was going back to Refeuling, and yeah, from Iraq. It was just great. Me and my adventures in Greece. That was a funny time. That. The beauty of Mildenhall is that you just literally do not know what to expect. You've got your set aircraft at base here, that's a given, but what actually you're going to get is spectacular. We've come here with the most bizarre aircraft. I say bizarre, it's not bizarre aircraft in its own right, it's just the most bizarre thing to see. It was the oh gosh, what's the name? Wait, it's the Catalina. Is it? Oh, Lady Pickup. I think she's called Lady Pickup. I got that completely wrong. Anyway, Miss Pickup. There you go, Miss Pickup. Miss Pickup. That was probably the most bizarre moment for me. Like I said, it's not a bizarre aircraft. It's just the most random of things that could have come here. I mean, I've heard of things. You know, I can't be here every day, but there's been F-18 Growlers here. There's been, what else? There's been AV-8s here. The gunship, AC-130s, Miss Pickup. Yeah, I got there in the end. You can get all sorts here, and get some practice diversions from various fighters as well. Typhoon, F-15s and F-35A and B from Marham. You just never know what you're going to get. And you can start having the AWACS come here and do various circuits. A400s. We've had a variety. We've had F-16s. We've had the CV-22 Osprey that you can see on your screens here doing what looked like troop extraction CASEVAC training just to the right, on the field to the right. Amazing. Right. Just a little bit quiet on the radio at the moment, but you know, Mildenhall does tend to start a little bit late. But we've had a movement already, which is great. It was right on time as well. We didn't have to have any delays. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. What's going on? Hopefully we get something, you never know. So yeah, a couple of chilled out streams before we finish for the week. A little bit earlier, unfortunately, but hopefully next week I'll be back on track for you. Claire and I have been given the honour of having an invite to RAF Valley Families Day. It's not open to the public, but we've been given tickets to go in, which is amazing. So I'm going to do a little bit of PR work. I've got some work to do in there as well. Actually, I've got some fun things to do with a charity. So it's quite exciting. Along with I'll be I believe doing a little bit of work with Red Bull Racing. So I'll keep you posted on that. With of course, we've also working with Bear Force as well, and a few other things there. So keep your eyes out on the notifications, because I won't be live, but I will get you some content if I'm allowed. Should be okay. But of course, when I get there, I'll do all that when I get there. So we'll have a look. Let me just go and grab my tea. I might bring it up here today, actually. I usually leave it down there. No, I'll leave it down there. definitely can hear that. Yep, I can hear an APU running behind. Well, there you go. Just had a cup of tea and APU is sounding good. Well, if you just tuned in, ladies, gents, and teddy bears, welcome to the show. Don't forget to welcome. It is 9:30 GMT here in the UK. Definitely hear yeah, I can hear an APU definitely, and it's coming from the right. Just gotta hope it's something. Now sometimes you can see on ADSB if the data's sending out ADSB out, it may pop up on the ground on ADSB, so that's always a good one. It sounds like that MC-130J. Let me just have this tea and I'll ping it round for you. Oh, that's good. Tea is good. Don't know what it is. It's coming from that direction anyway. Didn't catch that, but it was something. Oh, yeah, we do have a KC-135. Cool. Okay, so we've got our second departure coming up. It is a KC-135, and it sounds like a Mildenhall, or at least the 100th Air Refueling Wing's call sign. So what you'll see, we may not see it, but what you'll see when it lands, I guess, the square D on the tail, and also in honour of the Thorpe Abbott's era for the 100th, when they were based there, the 100th bomb group, who are today the 100th Air Refueling Wing. Even the nose art on the port side, that's the left side of the aircraft, is applied to the nose of the KC-135s. How lovely is that? Now that APU is probably not the KC-135 that's departing then, which is good, because it could mean another departure, or at least another potential departure. So usually any aircraft on this side, with of course with the exception of the CV-22 Ospreys, the parking spots over here are usually non-Mildenhall based aircraft. Usually. You know how it is. Thanks Nick. Cheers Dr. Soda. Thanks to all of you who send me messages as well, to when I'm sort of asking if I've got that correct or if I'm not sure of something. Always on the case, always someone out there to assist with the lady pickup. It just didn't sound right to me, and then I was like, hang on, miss pickup. Got it. So just waiting for the KC-135 to taxi all the way down to taxi holding point Bravo. Or from Bravo, actually, shall I say. And what's this one here? Yeah, from Bravo to runway 28. Okay, so our second movement of the day is coming up very shortly. Usually we get the average as on a calm day. On a sort of flowing day is 1 hour usually, but it can completely change after that when things start doing circuits.
Chicago 51 Heavy, squawk 6067 on departure.
So we're just awaiting the KC-135 to line up and wait on runway 28. Not this one though, not this one on the screens, but the 100th Air Refueling Wing arrived in February 1992 here at RAF Mildenhall. And the squadron to fly it is the 51st Air Refueling Squadron. Now these have a service ceiling of 50,000 feet, which is impressive, with a range of 1,300 nautical miles. That's in the region of 1,500 miles, with 580 miles per hour, so that's a Mach, what, 0.9. They're powered by 4 CFM International F108s, and they're the CF100 variant turbofan engines. They produce 21,600 pounds of thrust each, which add them all up, that's quite impressive. They can be configured to operate with boomstick and also pods, additional pods for drogue and probe air-to-air refueling. KC-135's first ever flight, believe it or not, 31st of August 1956, which is absolutely amazing. It was initially purchased to support the Strategic Air Command bombers, again just like Lake and Eve. This was a US Air Force Base joint between 1950 and 59 until its sole operator was the United States Air Force, which indeed had Detachment 4 as well during the times, and the KC-135's ability to mid-air refuel various aircraft in its time. It's refueled F-105s, F-4s, B-52s, all sorts. You know how it is. Here we go. Okay, just about to see it down the runway in all that haze. Here we go. Just about to see that. Just about to see the markings there. You can tell there's some sort of nose art on this one. It's got the square D on the tail. Beautiful, beautiful aircraft. You know what? This is just something that just looks beautiful as well. It's timeless. Okay, off we go. It's time for departure. Here we go. Lovely. Second departure of the day. So we've had the C-146 first thing this morning, and the KC-135 just now. Oi oi! How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. And so we've had 2 departures this morning, and hopefully we get more. Our first 2 that are based here, so that's good. So the AWCU and the wing safety have been going up and down the runway, so that's that might be a good sign. So yeah, this morning when I got here, while I set up, I was just doing some revision on RAF Mildenhall's history. I got as far as 1948, so just obviously after the war and just before the Strategic Air Command as a joint operation here with the Royal Air Force and the United States Air Force. checks have just been done up and down the runway, so hopefully have a look at EDSB, see if there's anything else on the ground that's pinging. There's all sorts going on over there. Let's have a little look. Let me just save my notes really quickly before they How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Nice chilled out vibes here at Mildenhall. Hopefully we get more. Welcome to the show. Let me just pop this here a minute. Just pop that battery up there and just hopefully all good. How are we doing? Let me just adjust this a little bit. It's a lovely day, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful day. Little nice cold wind, a nice little chill just to take that heat off it. How are we doing? Welcome to the show. My name's Nick Oss, I'm your cameraman, commentator and historian. I hope you're all good and well. Welcome to the show. I should be alright like that. Nothing too bad, just a gentle breeze, a little bit of a push, but nothing like yesterday. Yesterday's gusting wind was pretty spectacular. And did you enjoy the ground effect from the 747? You don't often see it too well with smaller aircraft or fighter aircraft, but you can with heavier aircraft. It's literally, with all the lift going on, as you get closer to the ground, in fact, if you are as a general rule, if you are at an altitude of your wingspan, the ground effect starts to affect all the vortices. If you imagine all the aerodynamics and drag working on takeoff, it's kind of contradicting itself as it's coming into land. It's all that force, and it's what's called a ground effect, and it can cause what looks like the aircraft is floating. It was pretty spectacular. So it affects the aerodynamics, and the air's pushing. The aircraft's trying to come down. You also get in some lift from that. It's almost like trying to squash air, trying to squash it from all the weight as the aircraft's coming in. And you've got this sort of hover effect, which is really good. There's some pros and cons. You can get that on takeoff as well. But we got to see that beautiful bit of crosswind, bit of crabbing going on there as it came into land. But there we go. Hope you enjoyed that yesterday. So welcome to RAF Mildenhall. While we wait here, just while we wait for more movement, I'll just try and run through what I learnt today of RAF Mildenhall. So as you know, the base has a lot of history. Even plans to build the base was proposed for a bomber command use all the way back in the 1920s. Now, in 1930, the construction began with an earlier name that was actually proposed to become RAF Beck Row, and that was in 1933. But a year later, they decided to change that to RAF Mildenhall. Now, Beck Row is just over that side, so in that direction of Lakenheath. In that direction, it's just literally just over here, and then you got West Row behind me. Usually when they change names, there are one or two reasons, but usually it may sound or conflict with another base that sounds familiar, or it's just a case of just, I don't know, just calling it that. Maybe Beck Row, Mildenhall. Could have been RAF Beck Row. That could have been interesting. But there we go. But on the 16th of October 1934, RAF Mildenhall opened. And it was King George V who officially dedicated the base on the 19th of October. And it was Wing Commander F.J. Linnell, OBE. He assumed command of Mildenhall. So he was the first commander of the base. Now, 4 days after it opened, saw the most spectacular thing happen here. On the 20th of October 1934, it was the Mac Robertson Air Race of the Royal Aero Club. Now, it was an air race of Mildenhall to Melbourne, and it was CWA Scott and Tom Campbell Black who won in their DH de Havilland 88 Comet, that beautiful cherry red colour, that juicy red, named Grosvenor House, which you can see in the Shuttleworth collection at Old Warden. They completed it in under 72 hours and won a total prize money of 1934's money of £10,000 of 1934's money. Wow. The month later, in November, on the 15th, 99 Squadron were the first operational base to come here. They were the first unit, and they arrived with at the time, it was the Handley Page Hayford. It was a little bit laughed at some points, because you should have a look. I've ordered a fact sheet just so I can show you what it looks like, just like I've done with the Avro Manchester. It's very hard to get hold of in a die-cast model, but have a look at it. It's a huge biplane, but it was a bomber. Wingspan of 75 feet, length was 58 feet, and it was powered by 2 Rolls-Royce Kestrel engines with 525 horsepower, which is pretty good, and 142 miles per hour speed, and it could take 2,500 pounds of bomb payload, basically. It wasn't too bad, but if you compare it to the other smaller biplanes, you'll know what I mean. It looked huge. In 1935, forming out of B Flight was the second squadron to buddy up with 99 Squadron. So from the B Flight of 99 formed 38 Bomber Squadron. And in 1936, 5 Group Bomber Command actually formed here, but then they moved in October to Lincolnshire at St Vincent's Hall in Grantham in Lincolnshire. But it was 3 Group that took command here. And by the end of 1936, it was a time to convert the aircraft from the Handley Page Hamdens to the Hendon Night Bombers. Also, in that year, so it would be about 10 miles in the direction of the backwards crow flies, in sort of that direction towards Lakenheath. It was RAF Feltwell opened nearby as well, so 2 bases about 10 miles apart. And they too were operating Harrow and then eventually Wellington bombers. But in 1937, in April, 149 Squadron arrived with the Wellington bombers. And in 1938, 99 Squadron also converted to the Wellington bombers. Now, the idea of building these bases was that very real, the reality of the continental threat. Things were going on in Europe, a bit like in 1941 on the 15th of January when the United States decided to activate what was called First Aviation Objectives. It was 54 units that were formed, groups that were formed in preparation because things weren't looking good. Same applied here, and luckily they did, because of course 6 hours after Britain's declaration of war, which began World War II, 6 hours after that declaration, it was 3 Wellingtons here of 149 Squadron that took off for a raid to target German battleships in Kiel. Early 1939 and 1940, as much as anti-aircraft fire you can have to defend your base. The airfield across the road, so halfway between here and Feltwell, in the middle, was Lakenheath, not the base yet. What they decided to do was make a decoy airfield. Now, I've covered there will be a lost airfields on decoy airfields next month, and Lakenheath decoy airfield activated. It functioned between early 1939 to 1940 to protect Mildenhall, and that was right up to January the 18th, 1940. And it was 149 Squadron that took the first night bombing mission on that night as well. Now, just quickly, the idea of a decoy airfield is to make it look like, in this instance, to make it look like Mildenhall, to protect it. It was a deception. It was a fake runway, fake aircraft, so they would have had fake Wellington bombers there. It was attacked 5 times, which means it saved Mildenhall 5 times, or at least that's what I could find on the amount of attacks that it suffered. But it didn't happen here. The other thing to note is that although decoy airfields were to deceive the enemy, some of our own friendly aircraft actually attempted to land there thinking it was Mildenhall, the real place, which did lead to some incidents and accidents. In 1941, Lakenheath was actually constructed and built, and it was used as a satellite station for RAF Mildenhall, which meant that units from here could go to Mildenhall and train. In fact, it was number 20 operational training unit that were there actually assisting in the training of airmen to the Wellington bombers, which makes sense because you've got an option to come here or to go to RAF Feltwell as well. November 1941, 149 Squadron transitioned to the short Stirling bombers. Actually, I haven't showed you the aircraft. So I don't have the Hayford, I don't have the Hendon, but I do have the Wellington bomber, which features on a lot of sort of stained glass windows. Some of the villages that you drive around will have those beautiful village signs, you know, those painted and decorated signs, and it's usually featured the Wellington bomber because it served proudly here in Cambridgeshire, and of course the outskirts of Suffolk as well. So you'll find that quite a lot in this sort of region that covered Free Group, and eventually 149 transitioned to our Wellington bomber. Now, I've gone into many details before with the Wellington bomber, how it started out as a bomber. It started out, but obviously they found a few issues with it, and eventually it became, in 1943, it became a bomber that didn't bomb. That was from 1943, but it did serve very well, you know, from 1943, towing Horsa gliders. Now, that's not to take away what it did as a bomber, because it did serve well, it did well. It's just if you're going through the Alps, it was a bit of a bumpy ride because fully fueled and fully loaded, it could only fully fueled and fully loaded, it can only fly at a ceiling of 16,500 feet. It had a 99-foot wingspan, and it was just short, by the way, of what, 7 meters in height. It was developed from the short Sunderland. Basically, they took away the bottom deck, the lower deck, stripped that off, kept this little angle here that was for the sea spray. But it was a beautiful aircraft. It did well, and because of its stubby wings, which they did thicken, it was able to maneuver a lot better when it came under fire from enemy fighters than the Halifax and the Avro Lancaster. Now, we've covered this many times. The Avro Lincoln, by the way, which I'm going to get to, had a wingspan of 120 feet. Now, I would just like to reiterate that it's not the 99-foot wingspan. It's got nothing to do with the hangars. These hangars have an opening of, I can't remember how much it was. I think they're at 125 feet at least, 125 feet at least. So the myth suggested that it was restricted because of the hangars, which it doesn't make sense, because the Halifax and the B-17s, the Avro Lancaster had in excess of 100 feet. You know, we're talking about 102 foot, 104 foot as well on those bombers. So it was just a specification that this was built to. Pretty cool. Now, the problem really came, regardless of the service ceiling, the problem actually was the loading bay or the configuration of the weapons bay. I often thought that could they not change it, but they obviously didn't. It obviously required a lot of work to do so. The problem was what the Short brothers in the design did. This massive long bomb bay actually had 2 dividing doors, so it had a row of 3 bombs. Sounds great, but you could only get a 2,000-pound bombs in there. Also, a really cool thing is that there was extra bomb bays here, 2 small square ones here. Now, the problem with that bomb bay, with the long one with the dividers, this is what I'm going to get to. The Air Ministry were making 4,000 pounders, 8,000 pounders, 14,000 pounders, and so on, and 22,000 Grand Slam. They couldn't fit anything bigger than a 2,000 pound bomb in there. Now, I often thought, could they not change it? But obviously, it required a lot of work that they decided not to do it, so it wasn't plausible for that. So there we go, that's the short Stirling bomber. But it was indeed a lovely aircraft, and it could take 14,000 pound of bombs in there as well. 14,000, you know, done the job. But sadly, because of the design underneath, you couldn't get anything bigger than 2,000 pound bomb, which was a, you know, as time goes on, these things happen. So 149 transitioned to the short Stirling bomber. That was in November 1941. On December the 15th, 1941, a Royal Canadian Air Force arrived here. It was number 419. They actually activated here at Mildenhall. And on the 31st of May 1942, 18 Wellingtons of 419 and 17 of 149 took off for the 1,000 bomber raid, which was Air Marshal Harris's, or as he was nicknamed, Bomber Harris. It was his propaganda mission to say, right, enough's enough, we shall not be bullied. So he sent 1,000 bombs. The actual number was 1,047. 599 of those were actually Wellington bombers, but 419 and 149 took part in that raid. I think in total, I think it was about 40, just in mid-40, I think it was about 46 that were actually lost, which if you think 1,047 bombers, the ratio of loss was actually good. But not that any loss is good, but there we go. 1942, 75 Squadron replaced 419, and 115 Squadron arrived here as well, which we all know went to Marham as well, which we speak about. It's lovely to hear these squadrons, that wind's picked up, it's lovely to hear these squadrons that are actually still functioning today. So 99 are actually at RAF Brize Norton, 115 are at RAF Wittering, which Ted's flown with, by the way. They train airmen and junior pilots on the Grob Tutor. So the 13th of April 1943, it was 15 Squadron arrived in Horsa gliders here, and the Horsa gliders returned to RAF Mildenhall for storage by number 25 glider maintenance squadron. They departed for the Mediterranean theatre in March 1944. In August of 1943, on the 10th, 622 Bomber Squadron activated from C Flight of 15 Squadron. You'll hear this quite a lot as you start to learn through the Royal Air Force history. You've got an A flight, a B flight, and a C flight, and they kind of create another squadron out of them. November 1943, Lancasters and eventually Halifaxes started to arrive here. And on the 22nd of March 1944, Lancasters and Halifaxes took off in a raid on Big B. That's Berlin, that's what they called it, the Big B. It was an 800 bombing mission on that day, and 35 Lancasters and 15 Squadron, 35 Lancasters of 15 Squadron and 622 Squadron took part on a raid on the Atlantic Wall, and that was on D-Day. That was from here, and then the next day they took out more targets as well. And eventually, just before the base closed after the war, December 1945, we started to see Mildenhall being used for sort of test aircraft and modified Lancasters. I've seen I'm not sure if it was here, but they had a Lancaster with a bottom, almost like a ball turret. It was a remote controlled turret, so it had a top and bottom turret. It was quite substantial, and they also had B-17s arriving here, and it was really for testing out and evaluating what they could do with just basically experimenting. And then just before we finish up to finish the history, before we get to the United States Air Force here, July 1948, 230 Operational Conversion Unit arrived here, and their mission was to train Lancaster pilots on the Avro Lincoln. Now, I'll tell you what, I'm going to buy one of these because I'm going to show you the differences. It was bigger, it had more everything. So if you look at the Lancaster, 102 feet wingspan, this had 120. magnificent. More powerful engines, had the Rolls-Royce 85 engines producing 1760 horsepower as opposed to the Merlin 20 at 1300. It had a faster max speed at 310, and it had a higher service ceiling than the Lancaster at 30,500. It was literally like the B-29 of the Lancaster in some ways, if you look at it. Bigger payload to take the 22,000 pounder, because what they were doing on the Lancaster, they actually modified it to carry the Grand Slam, the 22,000 pounder. But what they found, it wasn't, you know, you start adding weight at 22,000 pound on Lancaster, you're going to struggle to maneuver this thing. So it was really specially designed for the Tiger Force for the Far East. But they decided to modify this and actually stick an extra 20-foot wingspan, you know, made it bigger, stronger, actually made it for, a bit like the B-29, it was made to carry some serious payload. And then the base, like I said, the base closed for that reason, to bring a different era for Mildenhall, and that was of course for the Strategic Air Command and the Cold War era, which we'll go on to in just a moment. You all right there? I'm all right, darling, thank you, I've got some. Thank you, thank you. You all right, yeah? Oh, I've got tons of tea. There we go. So that's my history right up to 1948. Hope you enjoyed that. And that was what I was learning today. I was just trying to get that in my head, and with a bit of guidance. A lot difficult on the spot. Sometimes when you've just read something, it stays with you, fresh. Now I've got right, we've got a KC-135 pinging on the ground on ADSB. That's always a good sign. See, if we get our movements 1 an hour, I'll be happy with that. It's all good. Thanks a lot for your kind words. So, like I said, that's up to where are we? Up to 1948. So if you ever go to Mildenhall Museum, it's a really cool place to go to. Do have a look in there, and it's got, of course, it's got but you'll see the Lakenheath Warrior, which we talk about, which is amazing. So as we start to get to 1948, like I said, the Avro Lincoln, what a beautiful aircraft, I have to say. It's but it kind of came out a bit too late, or shall we say, did it or didn't it? You know, and then that was developed into the Shackleton, for those that know. And then when we go to Lossiemouth next month, we'll be able to talk about the Shackleton, for which it was developed from the Avro Lincoln, for those that don't know. There we go. Did you know that? You do now. There were, of course, other units that were based here that I haven't added yet, but as I go on, there we go. So where are we? 1948, aren't we? Yes, okay. So, of course, the runways were improved and got ready for the initial Strategic Air Command. So now we're 2 years later, after the 230 operational conversion unit for the Avro Lincoln. The Strategic Air Command was here, was redesignated from the 7/5/11th to the 39/10th Air Base Group. This was activated on the 11th of July 1950. Now, Mildenhall saw a joint Royal Air Force and United States Air Force use. It's very similar to RAF Brize Norton, which did the same thing. I think actually the same sort of era. And the first operational strategic unit to use the airfield was the 2nd Bomb Wing, which eventually, just trying to match the dates actually, they were at Lakenheath in 1948, the 2nd Bomb Wing. They were flying at the time the B-29, but then they came here to fly the B-50D Superfortress. And they arrived on temporary duty. You'll hear some of these squadrons that are quite familiar, like the 307th. They were at Marham as well, and the 2nd Bomb Wing. Actually, that said, I'm going to say no, actually. Wait a minute, the 2nd Bomb Wing, not the 2nd Bomb Group. Let me have a little think about this. But anyway, the 2nd Bomb Wing, this is where I get confused with wing and groups, and I always get myself in a muddle as well with that. But anyway, truth of the matter is, 2nd Bomb Wing were here with the B-50D Superfortresses, the 22nd Bombardment Wing and the 93rd Bombardment Wing, and along with the 509th, also came here in the early 50s, operating the B-50D, which is absolutely incredible. Developing from the, am I right in saying the B-50 was eventually developed into the KC-97? I could be wrong, but I thought it was. It was the Strato Freighter, and then the Strato Freighters were here to support the B-47 Stratojets, which were based at RAF Fairford, and there was a few at RAF Brize Norton, and one of the squadrons was actually a squadron that's here. I believe the 351st were also operating their Stratojets at RAF Brize Norton, and it's not a million miles away from Fairford. So you've got tactical groups coming here, and the Strategic Air Command departed Mildenhall in 1959. Now, when this happened in 1959, it was eventually decided to make it a sole United States Air Force operator. So the RAF finished here, but there's still a commander here at the Royal Air Force because the base is still owned by the Royal Air Force. On the 15th of November 1965, Mildenhall welcomed a beautiful aircraft, by the way, the Silk Purse. If you haven't seen an MC-135H Silk Purse, I suggest you have a look, because it's a beauty. I don't have it, but it was serving here with the 120th Airborne Command and Control Squadron. They also had Boeing EC-135 Silk Purses on a codename Operation Silk Purse, and we also had the 513th Tactical Airlift Wing here as well. What a beaut. So the next era that I'm going to say is quite a good one, of course. It's Detachment 4, if you've ever heard of it, and 9th Strategic Reconnaissance Wing in 1976. They were controlling U-2s and SR-71 Blackbird operations from the base. And the arrival, until the departure of the last SR-71 on the 18th of January 1990, the 306 Strategic Wings SR-71 and U-2 aircraft came to symbolise RAF Mildenhall in the local public eye. This is where a lot of you came across Mildenhall in your early days of discovering it with SR-71s, and I don't blame you. Now, although it was only a visit, I'm going to rewind a little bit. It was something for things to come, because the SR-71 Blackbird made its first visit to Mildenhall in September 1974. Now, this trip between New York and London took only 1 hour, right, and 55 minutes to cover 3,479.41. Now, to do that, it flew 3 times the speed of sound. Whoa! September the 13th, 1974, the SR-71 departed Mildenhall for another record-setting flight, this time to LA, and it covered 5,446.86 miles, took 3 hours and 47 minutes. So within 5 years, both the SR-71 and the U-2 operated from Mildenhall. They returned 4 years in 1978, April the 1st, again with this detachment. Amazing. And it was finally left in 1990. It's literally symbolised and put Mildenhall really on the plain spot in fever map, shall I call it. And then of course the next change, of course, is something more modern to here. The 100th Air Refueling Wing arrived here February the 1st, 1992. And then the 352nd Special Operations Group from RAF Alconbury arrived here at Mildenhall on the May the 7th, 1993 as well. I hope you're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope you're enjoying the history there. And that's just a bite-sized version. Oh yeah, that is just a bite-sized version, and yet, you know, and yet you can go into detail with the 100th as well. And of course, as you know, those are watchmasters of the air and have been to Fort Abbots in Dis or near Dis will know exactly what I'm talking about. Right, I'm just going to go and grab another cup of tea, maybe make another startup. BRB. Thank you very much, Richard G. Good dessert after the stream, love it.
What up? How we doing, y'all? How we doing? My name's Casey. How we doing? Welcome. I'm from West Coast. My name's Casey, and I work for the 100th LRS. That's Logistics Readiness Squadron. I got what you need. Ah, yeah. How we doing, y'all? Welcome to my home. Yeah.
Oh, good day. I'm Ted. I've got your results.
What? Who are you? Ah, Doc. How you doing, Doc? You all right there? Hope you're all good.
Yeah, I'm fine. I've got your results for your blood tests. I've just need to give you a few things. We got to have a checkup.
Oh, well, okay. Oh, what's that over there?
What's what?
See ya.
Hey, you. I need to talk to you. We need to do some tests. Where'd he go?
Yeah, if you see him, I'm not here. I was out of town when it happened. See ya. Hey, wait, right there now. What are we doing wrong there now? Yeah.
Ah, Reggie.
Oh, hello, Doc. How you doing there now?
Yeah, I'm fine. I've got your results for your blood test. It appears we have quite a high intake of chocolate.
Oh, yeah, that'll be a truck in here, yeah.
But I've got to do gonna have to do some more tests on you.
Oh, no, I don't need no test there now. I'm all good to go.
But it's really important. Got to check it out.
Oh, no, I'm fine there now. Forward, back, kick, get me out of here. Hey, wait, all right there now.
Well, who's this?
Oh, my name's Reggie.
And who are you?
Well, I'm Reggie.
Well, how could you both be Reggie? Unless I've gone cross-eyed.
No, we're both Reggie.
I see. Looks like we're gonna have to take some more tests on you.
No, we're good, thank you. Oh, quick, get out there, Reggie.
Where did they go? It's really important. I must do the tests and that. Make sure you have your blood tests. It's good for you.
Reggie, why'd you call me over? Well, I needed backup. What do you mean, backup? I don't know. I'm scared of needles. I don't know. Yeah, I know them, no, but, you know, gotta get these tests done in there now. That's why. Forward, back, kick. What did you call him for? I don't know. He's gotta come here, innit? Hey, wait, right now. Oh, 3 Reggies. Wait, 3 Reg. Hang on, that's Christmas. Oh, never mind. Right. Isn't it your birthday, Reggie? Oh, no. 1, 2. Oh. Let's go get him.
Ladies, gents and teddy bears, hope we're all good. Welcome to RAF Mildenhall. So we've got a KC-135 just pinging on ADSB, so hopefully that one's going out a little bit later on, or sooner. Have a look at ADSB, see if we've got anything in the vicinity coming back. Nothing at the moment, just one in the air-to-air refueling area. So next week, hopefully, I can get you go back to our usual 4 or 5, depends on the weather. I have no idea what the weather's doing next week, but it's been challenging to say the least this week. But with Monday was definitely a scrub due to the absolute shocking winds from Storm Flores. I hope everyone's all right from that, actually. Hope everyone's good. And Tuesday, a little bit punchy, but nothing that we couldn't handle. And of course today, chilling out here. And then I'll get you another show tomorrow before we, Claire and I, depart for all the way out to the Isle of Anglesey. Or just Anglesey. But it is an island, isn't it? I will be back to do a show at Valley, by the way, for those wondering. I will be back to actually cover a RAF Valley show. So we're not live on this Friday at Valley, but we will. I will come back. So don't you worry about that. And then September's literally pretty much the north, literally from Lossiemouth to Lake District, and hopefully some Mac Loop streams for you. Oh, Adrian Anderson, hope you're good, man. Hope you're alright. Aspen, they didn't they? It was absolutely incredible. Man, incredible. LEJ Approach, how you doing, man? RSVP, Davey, Blocks, Alan Burden, Jan Clark, Paul Mayers, Davey, how's it all going? Hope you're good. Hoping to get you some movements very shortly.
Hello, posh officers, yes, far, far, far. The sun has got his hat on, far, 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 far. The sun has got his hat on, and he's far, 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 far. How are you, yes? Hello, posh officers, yes. Far, 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 reporting for duty, yes. That's right. What do we breathe in? Come on, you can answer this. What do we breathe in? Yes, air. That's right, what usually grows on people's heads? That's right, air. And where do the lions live? They live in a lair, yes, far, 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 yes. Good day, yes, hello there, Biggie, how are you? Yes, far, 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 far. Yeah, yes, I'm Jens from Germany. How are you? Yes, you guys are far, far, far. I'm very good, yes, what are you doing today? I'm relaxing, reporting for duty to watch these wonderful aircraft. And they're big, they're heavy. We didn't have this in the war, did we? No, we did not. This is lovely. This is very good. Yes, how are you, my friend? You good? Yes, I'm very good, yes. These little planes are getting bigger and bigger, aren't they? Yes, they are, yes, absolutely. How are you today? You good? Oh, yes, me and Joanna are going to the woods. You're going to the woods? Yes. How will you get there? With my horse. What did they say? I don't know. Joanna, be quiet. Joanna, my horse. You have a horse? Yes, look, my horse. You have a horse, you're supposed to ride it. No. What's the fun in riding the horse? Just carry it. A lot more fun to carry a horse. Goodness me, this person. Oh dear. Bundesliga, how are you? You good? Yes. Yes, he's catching me, this one. I've never heard of anything. Carrying your horse? Yes, you got to carry your horse. Have a go. What? Goodness me. Oh, help. There you go, you got it. But how? I thought you were supposed to ride a horse. No. You carry a horse. Not heard of these handbag dogs these days. Yes. Someone told me about a handbag dog, and I was thinking, what on earth is this? Yeah, right. Oh dear. What is going on here? Yeah, you got it. I can't carry it. Let me give you a hand there. What are you doing? Yeah, there you go. Hero dear, you can't beat him, join him. What are you doing? Get off me. Bundesliga. Dear me, goodness me. Yeah, you got to carry a horse. Yes, I see. Is it not a pony? No. It could be. Goodness me. Well, hopefully you get some movement before these bears go a little bit strange today. They're, yeah, here goes my horse. Thank you very much. What are you doing?
What am I supposed to do with you? Okay, okay. Come, son. That's how you ride a horse. So apparently you're supposed to carry a horse, but as a disclaimer, please don't carry a horse. It could have some health implications there. Can hear something spooling somewhere. Well, there won't be any takeoffs or landings at the minute because there's a vehicle on the runway. It's one of the RC-135 variants over there. OF, Oscar Foxtrot, of the Offutt Air Force Base. Oscar Foxtrot in the Royal Air Force during World War II was 97 Squadron. It's one of the MC-130s. And you can see, just as KC all covered up.
Quid 39 Heavy down.
Come on, Quid.
Quid 39 Heavy, I just want to make sure that you're still referenced. Yeah, it's still
Right, ladies and steady bears, I'm just going to go and grab a quick bite to eat. I will be right back. Hope you're all good and well. And okay, so it's been a quiet start, but you know how it is with like Mildenhall. It can suddenly just explode into movement. Hope we're all good and well. I'm just gonna, like I said, I'm just gonna go out and grab a quick bite because you just never know. Because it's always when I go to have something to eat. Remember last time I was here, it was like this, and then I tried to eat and I couldn't. It was like a bite of a sandwich and it was movement after movement. So, but you never know. It might turn out for the better. So enjoy, and I'll be right back. You never know. Come on. Time for some scran, Teddy.
Mildenhall ground, roger. Runway 28, taxi via Alpha, hold short to wait. And taxi via Bravo, hold short.
There we go, another departure lady, gents, Teddy Bears. It's working out at 1 an hour, isn't it? Sort of on average. Come on in, Teddy. Some guards marches coming on here now. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. My name's Nikos, cameraman and commentator of the Ted Coningsby channel. We do have another departure coming up. Call sign Quid. Oh yeah, here we go. Well, just in time, actually finished off my scoff. So this should be our second KC-135. So I thought I could hear something spooling to my right, very faintly. It must have been this that was pinging on ADSB, and it's now
3990 cross runway 28, continue taxi Alpha Echo hold short runway 28 on Echo.
There we go.
At Echo runway 28.
F108 CFM Internationals. Oh yeah, punching out 21,600 pounds of thrust each in these 4 engines. That's each, which is amazing. The gas station of the skies, and a classic at one. Just about make out the square D on the tail amongst the and there's obviously you can see a little bit of nose art, or at least you can tell there's something on the nose there, look, in sort of that light white blur. They are indeed the bloody 100th. They still continue the legacy. Nice little flash there, isn't it? Here we go. Oh, send it. I mean, what an iconic shape this is. Look at the silhouette of this. It's just fantastic. Beautiful, and with the basket or Trojan probe air-to-air refueling that you could see on there. What? Are we getting circuits? This is good. This is what I'm talking about. Come on. I'm not sure which call sign is what. I don't know if that's clear for the option. Hang on. Here we go. move this over here. Clear for the option, here we go. Now we could get a low approach or a touch and go, hence option. They've got the option at their discretion, so it could be a trainee or a junior pilot doing some training under supervision, of course. Here we go. I love the US Air Force written on the right wing on the top. Love that. Go. A nice, just even if we get that one, it's, you know, it's great, isn't it? We see, you know, time and time the fighters doing these maneuvers, but when it comes to heavies, there's something fascinating about it. Something phenomenal to see. Huge heavyweights, big iron, doing circuits. Here we go. Get down, there we go. Sorry about that. Wasp to the face. this. Cool. Makes a big difference when you've got lots of circuits being carried out by a Mildenhall aircraft. It's all good. Last week it was the MC-130J. Today it's the KC-135. look at this. like Wolfpack if you've got that on your Mildenhall bingo. Nice to see our shirt there. If you caught that. CFM F108s, 21,600 pounds of thrust each. It's got 4 of them. What's called a close copy of Support Command. Lakenheath has the same station crest. Brampton, Support Command. Hayford, Alconbury, a few others have the same badge due to being part of Support Command. So if you go past Lakenheath's front gate, you'll see it at the top. The same eagle on an Ionian pillar inside a crown. Although Support Command has finished a while ago. This tripod. Hang on. Tripod decided to collapse midstream. Lovely KC-135. Oi, oi! Imagine looking out your kitchen window and seeing that. Imagine that. I always figure that because there's a few houses that are backed off. They're actually not on the base. Just always cracks me up. I think there's just a couple over here, but it would be quite funny there, just doing the washing up and then boom. nice to have, and nice to see some circuits here, just sort of bumping up the movements for Mildenhall. It's literally 12 o'clock GMT here in the UK. Welcome. Oh, hello. This is having a bit of work done to it. Look at that. Cool. There we go. Nice to see that. Hi, you alright? How's it going? Okay?
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too. You alright?
Yeah, I'm good.
Good. Nice weather.
I've been went to see you.
Oh, right.
Face to face.
Well, it's a lovely day today, so it's all
Yeah,
good.
Indeed, yeah.
Yeah, nice.
I watch your videos and
Oh, thank you. Thanks very much.
yesterday I saw your F-22s.
Yeah, good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're lovely aircraft. Yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's a lovely day as well, so that's good. Lovely. It's beautiful, nice and nice. Hopefully we get some
I
more.
get inspiration from your
Oh, you
videos.
get inspiration? Oh, that's lovely to hear. That's good.
Yes.
Yeah, no, this is it's good. It's good fun, you know. You get out and relax and
Indeed.
make a day of it.
I follow your YouTube.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks very much.
No problem.
Oh, nice one. Oh, good. Well, enjoy your day.
Yeah,
And
I've
hopefully-
been to Lakenheath.
Oh, you've been to Lakenheath as well? That's nice. Oh, that's good. Yeah, we were there yesterday.
For YouTube, I asked you, are you available in Lakenheath?
Yeah, I was there yesterday, so yeah. So we know where it is. But yeah, I'll be there next week as well. So.
But I have to travel from next week.
Oh, right. Okay.
So I
That's
can't-
not too far, is it?
Not far, but thing is, the old man, he was the colleague in
Ah.
BT. Okay, so he's
Yeah.
retired now.
Ah.
So I asked him
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you
because
came.
I don't
It's-
have a car right now, so
Yeah.
that's the problem.
Oh, well, at least you're here now anyway.
Yeah. I enjoy like every 2 months or 3 months I.
Okay, that's good. Oh, that's good. Yeah, it's good fun.
Thank you then.
Yeah, you take care. Enjoy your day.
Yeah. See you again.
See you again. Oh. Well, I hope you enjoyed those circuits. That was pretty cool, wasn't it? How we doing? Just going to catch up on the chats quickly. Yes, it is. That's correct. Let me just check. Where are we? Simon John. Yeah, the crest. So, just a bit of background. Support Command, which was formed, it was a command of the Royal Air Force, and it was between 1973 and it disbanded in 1994, and the HQ was actually at RAF Brampton, so Brampton had the very same. There was a few others, Halton as well, North Luffenham, there was a few others, Upper Hayford, Greenham Common, they all had the same, and it's called close copy, by the way, for those interested. Close copy, that's called. When you use a badge that's the same, the only difference being is the actual name itself. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed that. That was pretty cool, wasn't it? And of course, Lakenheath and Mildenhall had the same as well. Also, RAF Kirk Newton as well. That had, or has, which I think Kirk Newton's still going, isn't it? Isn't it like a gliding? Hang on, I came across that one. Do you know how I came across? I was coming back from Lossiemouth and was coming back via Edinburgh. So yeah, that makes sense, because it's, yeah, that's it, Kirk Newton. So it's called a close copy when you use, or when there's a station crest that's exactly the same, albeit the name. So support command, that finished in 1994, and HQ was Brampton, so Brampton's got the same. There's a few, there's a few others that have that as well. So again, just to reiterate, so Lakenheath, Mildenhall, Kirk Newton, Greenham Common, Upper Hayford, few others, Alconbury, Brampton, they had, and Kirk Newton, there's quite a few actually, they've got that same, exactly the same, and it's called a close copy, and it was all part of support command, or at least if you ever see that, that's what that's called. There's a few other examples as well that do that, but it's called a close copy if you ever see that. So if you drive past the main gate at Lakenheath, on the top with the main badge of the 48th, next to it is the station crest, which is exactly what you see on the tail of the KC-135. Pretty interesting, isn't it? This one doesn't have those markings or the square D because it's not an aircraft of the 100th. Yeah, Lakenheath and Mildenhall, like I said, it's the same. ADSB, see if we've got any pinging on the ground there or no. Well, there is another one, but I'm not sure if that's the one that's just come back. I think it is. Oh, maybe it's not. Hopefully it's not. And then we got another one. Oh, it is that one that's come back. Yeah, that's fine. Leave that there a moment. So how we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Let's have a little reminisce. There's a square D, a lot of history there, which I can go into a lot of detail. Don't forget the 8th Air Force. Each shape meant a division. If it was a triangle, it would be the 1st, circle would be the 2nd Air Division, and if it was a square, like we have in this case, it would be the 3rd Air Division, and under the division you'd have groups. So in this case, the 100th Bomb Group. And okay, so this isn't a 100th Bomb Group aircraft, or at least a 100th Air Refueling Wing legacy, but amazing to think that the bloody 100th legacy is still on. And just to mention, so in the height of World War II, let's go thick into 1944, I'd say by then there was around about 160 US Army Air Force airfields here that we know of, and around 444 Royal Air Force stations. That's just over 600 military airfields of air forces, or should we just call it military airfields, during the war. And some of them opened as late as 1943, such as Fairford, some in 42, RAF Coningsby in 41, for example, Lakeney 40 to 41, but some, like RAF Mildenhall, opened as early as 1934 as an expansion program as well. But the 100th, established on January the 28th, 1942, they activated June the 1st of 1942, and began to assemble at Walla Walla Army Base in Washington. The unit was subsequently stationed at various airfields, and they were to receive the B-17 Flying Fortress, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Now, amazing to think that what they fly today, which took its first flight in '56, they were operating this beauty, the B-17 Flying Fortress, given the name due to the amount of guns on it. Amazing, isn't it? It was believed to be a reporter who was having a little walk around and said, wow, that's like a flying fortress, because it didn't get designated a name, and of course Boeing decided to quickly get that copyrighted and patented straight away. In fact, it's like I said, it's a wonderful bomber. It's definitely up there with one of the most famous, along with the B-24 and the Mitchell and the Lancaster, but each bomber had their own stories to tell, such as the Halifax, such as the Stirling as well, and of course the B-29. And you know, of World War II, and so on and so on. So each one does have its remarkable stories. I mean, we can talk about the Wellington bomber that was here as well. You know, it's all a feat of engineering. But the first flight of the B-17 happened on the 28th of July 1935, and due to almost like, shall we call it, a competition to get the go-ahead for the new bomber, it was up against a B-18 Bolo, which actually got the go-ahead before the B-17 due to an incident which sadly it was a crash, and sadly they lost the crew on the test flight, or at least the flight for the competition. But the thing is, the B-17 was so superior over the B-18, it was only a matter of time that they didn't give up on it. They got back to work on it. But that's a little fact. And another fact, technically, you could call it technically, its first, I mean, I've said about, you know, its first ever operations. I did mention that it was the RAF that actually used this operationally. However, its first actual operation happened on Pearl Harbor, when it was a kind of like a delivery flight, an unarmed flight during the attacks. So you could call it out to say that that's probably its first ever operational involvement, due to a delivery flight that happened to become, you know, an attack on Pearl Harbor on that day, on the 7th of December 1941. So it's quite you know, quite an interesting story that in its own right. But the B-17, like I said, began its actual operations with the Royal Air Force, with various squadrons such as 90 Squadron and other squadrons of the Royal Air Force that were using it. And I believe they were called Boeing Fortresses. There was Mark 1, 2, 2A and 3, based on the earlier B-17s. But there we go. That was the B-17 that was going to be given to or used by the 100th at that time. So they got the bombers on November of 1942, and it was time really for them to make their way to England. You know, they set sail. The echelons were organised, and by early 1943 the unit prepared for their movement overseas, and as part of the pre-deployment inspection, the group conducted long-range training exercises. So they were training, if you read anything about the Mighty Apes tactics, they were training where the quote came from. I say quote unquote, they were so accurate they would be able to put a bomb in a pickle barrel. That's where that saying comes from, because they trained and focused on daylight bombings. That was their thing. And when disaster struck in Europe, I believe it was, Air Marshal Harris said, you know, to say, look, we need to start doing nighttime bombings. But the US Army Air Force said, well, we didn't train daylight bombings, you know, for nothing. We're talking about months and months of training. So they carried on doing daylight bombings, even though it wasn't really liked by the Royal Air Force, shall we say, at that time. But of course it proved crucial. And the thing is, although the Royal Air Force predominantly did nighttime bombings, they didn't not do them. They did do daylight bombings, so don't think that they didn't do them at all. They did do daylight bombings when required to do so, and of course depending on the mission itself and what it entailed. So there we go. I've just got to sort this tripod out before it collapses. I don't know what's up with it. Oh, I know, it needs tightening up. Mind you, this bomber is quite heavy, but there we go. So yeah, the 100th, they set sail. They came to Thorpe Abbotts in the end, which is near Diss. Yeah, near Diss. And they would have had on their B-17s the square D that you could see that's featured on the tower here, and also the KC-135s. Now, Thorpe Abbotts, first of all, was initially going to be a station for the Royal Air Force, but with the rise of the US Air Force and requirements for their bombers, it was allocated to the United States Army Air Forces. So it was built in 1942, and it was early as 43. Was going to be I think it was a satellite to nearby RAF Horham, but of course that all changed, and the 100th Bomb Group Heavy arrived on the 9th of June 1943. They had 4 squadrons, 349th, 350th, 351st, which is still here today, and the 418th Bombardment Squadrons. They all had their own codes as well, each squadron. So if we have a look at this, it doesn't have a square or a marking here, but it would have had a square D. The 2 digits indicate the squadron itself, okay? So if it had Echo Papa, that was for the 351st. Now this 3rd letter here, that's just your A to Z. That's your flight. So this is you can call them call signs, or the radio call sign for each aircraft, but it literally, it's the flight. So there would have been one with Bravo, Charlie, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, all the way up to Z, if they had 24 aircraft, for example, in that squadron. So there you go. So the group were flying the B-17 Flying Fortress, which is an absolute beaut. It was a superb aircraft, and you know, quite a noteworthy bomber. And specs on a G variant. Okay, so crew of 10, wingspan 103, so not far out between the Halifax. I think the Halifax had sorry, just heard something on the radio. So yeah, so wingspan 103, powered by 4 Wright R1820s, the Cyclone turbocharged radio engines. Let me just check something on my radio for 2 seconds. So yeah, it is capable of getting a service ceiling of 40,000 feet on this, and it could get to speeds at 300 miles per hour as well. So, you know, it was a beautiful, beautiful aircraft and a beautiful bomber. But yeah, the bloody 100th, as they were called, didn't get their nickname until they started to suffer numerous losses. Now, they weren't the worst, shall we say. They weren't the worst amount, like they weren't the highest of losses. It was how many they lost in any one mission that they got the nickname the bloody 100th. So they were part of the combined bomber offensive, and it was one of the more notable disasters was on the 10th of October 43, the raid over Munster. Ended up with only 1 surviving B-17. There was about 18, I think it was, or 17 of them. I think it was 18 and 5 aborted, and then out of the 13, only 1 come back, and that was Royal Flush. I think it was Riveting Rivets, or is it Rosie's? Oh, I was trying to remember the name now. It's been a while. Rosie's Rivets. It's been a while since I spoke about that. Yeah, Rosie's Rivets, I think it was. That was out of action, and so they used Royal Flush, commanded by Robert Rosenthal, and it, I mean, it came back. They fired the flare when they came back. It was a disaster, that mission. And when they came back, they fired the flare to alert the ground that they had injured on board. Rosie's Riveters. I was close. Thank you very much. There we go. Let me just have a quick look. Did hear something on the radio about a low approach, but hang on. There's a few people who just like to always look at these spotters. If they all start climbing up on that trailer, then it's, you know, something going on, isn't it? But yeah, that's where they inherited, shall I say, the nickname. I'm looking very carefully in the distance. But they are today, before I get to their just sort of quick bite-sized history, they are the only US Air Force, or at least the only modern US Air Force operational wing that is actually allowed to fly their Second World War tail marking. But all the markings stay with the squadrons and the wings, sorry. They stay with the wings, but they are allowed to fly operationally. And that's all because when they moved here to Mildenhall in 1992 February, it isn't that far from their original base here in England at Thorpe Abbotts, which is why that reason. But it was I think it was the Bremen raid, the bombing on the U-boat yards in Bremen on the 25th of June 43, I believe. That's when they started to get the nickname. I think it's probably from that one, and they were called the Bloody 100th since then, because they just came back after mission with casualties. In August 43 they did receive a Distinguished Unit Citation, a DUC, after attacking the German aircraft factory at Regensburg. It was one of 7 bomb groups of the 3rd Bombardment Wing attacking the city, and on 17th of August 43 there was a serious disruption in the fighter production, because that is essentially what they were trying to do. Big Week was a series of raids for a whole week round the clock between the Royal Air Force and the United States Air Force, which they did take part in 20th to the 25th of February 44. And the whole point of the Big Week mission, or Operation Argument as it's officially called, the point was to disrupt. The targets mainly were aircraft factory plants, so ball bearing plants, anywhere that resulted in making the aircraft, because at the time the Luftwaffe had around about 2,000 fighters and they didn't want any more, and it was basically to hinder the advancements of the Luftwaffe during World War II for their fighter production. So it was a build up to D-Day, you know, even as far as February. The tactics were involved as far back as then. So the bomb group, just like Lakenheath's 48th, they got wing status, and they got their wing status in 1953, whereas Lakenheath's 48th got their wing status in 52. Don't forget, there's groups and wings, and they mean different things. I like that because it rhymes. You know it is. They were assigned to, during the Cold War, they were assigned to the B-47E Stratojet, a beautiful swept wing medium bomber in 54. And I just remembered, they were at Brize Norton on a rolling deployment. Yeah. Something is coming here, cleared for the option. Here we go. Thanks, Davies at F-35s. Let's have a look. Huh. Amazing, with all the bases that we go to, they all interlink together. Yeah, it looks like an F-35. Here we go. Nice one, Davey. Please go lower than a mower, come on. Reconnaissance. I know Ted's here. There you go, a nice surprise. Then we'll just pop that here a minute. I hope you enjoyed that. See what I mean? You just never know. Who'd have thought F-35A from RAF Mildenhall. So we're still in the vicinity, or she, the pilot, is still in the vicinity, the F-35. Yeah, absolutely, Chris. Another one for Mildenhall Bingo if you're playing it. That is a good one. Be doing another approach. I think it's going to be lower there. Come on, lower. Come on, lower. Lower than a mower, come on. So this is the F-35A of the 48 Fighter Wing. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're live here at RAF Mildenhall. Hope we're all good. And we're hoping to catch another low approach from the F-35A.
Okay, 10 Hotel runway 28, wind 250 at 6, go for that.
Yep, it is. Sounds good to me. Cleared for the option, here we go. Just about see it. approaches from this F-35A. Beautiful. Nicely done. A nice little surprise, a little bonus for us, eh? Expect the unexpected here at Mildenhall. Always. Right, let's get some guards marches. How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Squadron leader Ted Coningsby on the controls, and Ted's Guards March, high five. Guards March to Babs R. Thank you, high five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. And yesterday we had a bit of a, I don't know what had a moment, but something had a moment on YouTube chats where the filter for the Guards Marches, shall we call it, for if you give a super chat or gift a membership, there was a bit that disappeared, and I do apologise for that because it's out of my control. Sounds good. Yeah, so sadly that is out of my control, and I do apologise for that. There's nothing we can do when it's out.
On spot 180, you said, right?
Don't know what's going on there. Let me just turn that down there. Yeah, so I do apologise. Debbie, a bear hug for yesterday. Sorry about that. But Debbie Brooks has just sent a super chat. So bear hug for the 27 months of TCS membership. So a bear hug and a Guards March. So again, from myself and Ted, I do apologise for that. Stuart Scale Models, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. High five and a Guards March. Thank you very much for joining us. Aspen as well, another great day, another great stream. Thank you very much. Guards March, thank you. Margot Baxter for Ted and all my Spanner Flight colleagues. They're special stars. Thank you very much, and a Guards March. Debbie Solkin, great streaming. Thank you, Nikos. And thank you to everyone on here. Guards March, thank you very much. Philip Knoll, nice one. 25 months membership off to Coningsby on Friday with 2 Typhoon models. Nice. Julie Beard, thank you very much. 15 months of membership. 15 months of pure enjoyment. Thank you for bringing this to me, us. Guards March, thank you very much. Ginger Bailey, thank you very much for your super sticker. Guards March to you. And 555 Triple Nick, 29 months membership. Thank you very much. Good morning all. 29 months as the posh officer, and love every minute as part of this wonderful supportive family. Look at this and skim that membership. Thank you very much for that, at Guards March. Mike 2Ju Delta as well, member for 22 months, best channel on YouTube. Thanks, and thank you as well. Adrian Anderson, to keep the tea flowing. Oi oi, well thank you very much for the super chat. Guards March, thank you. And Gary Mathers, oi oi, and good morning everyone in TCS. Guards March, thank you very much for the super. Julie Beard as well, another super chat. Guards March to you for salmon and drink supplies for you, Ted and Nikos. Thank you so much, and thank you as well. Richard G as well, thank you very much for dessert after the stream. Guards March, thank you very much. Looks like we may have some more movement at this stage. Ellie J Approach, high five, thank you very much for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Margot as well, thank you very much for the super sticker. Guards March. And also Ginger Bailey, thank you for the super sticker, which looks like a very tasty burger. There are no food supplies here, by the way. There's no burger van, unfortunately, but I'll grab one on the way out. Rob Kennard for some lunch, thank you very much for the super chat. Guards March. And Rusty Wenzel for 29 months membership, thank you. Oi oi, still so glad to be part of the channel. Thank you very much. And finally, Wee Stevie Boy as well with a super chat. Thank you very much. A Guards March to you. Thank you. You right there? How's it going? All right? Good, thank you.
Do you know what's coming in and out of here?
No. Sorry, can't help you with that.
All right, I just wondered.
No, no, you just turn up. Just turn up and hope for the best. Potluck it. Yes.
I just seen the thing on YouTube. I just texted me 2 lads who were on the way down. I said, what's going on?
Nice one.
Like that, so
Yeah, nice.
I'll do it too.
Oh, cool. Well, enjoy. With everywhere, it's hit and miss.
Is it?
Yeah, it's hit and miss with everything. It's been a good day. Lovely to see all those circuits and those 2 low approaches as well. So,
Yeah.
been good. Been good.
You got many followers then? I'm assuming you have with your Vandal page.
108k.
Bloody hell.
That's what I thought when I started out.
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm a bit shocked, but hey, here we go.
How long have you been doing it?
Just a few years.
Really?
Yeah. No, I left everything. Full-time career in wedding photography and left.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. And here we are.
Paying off then?
His career pays the bills, it's fine.
Yeah.
You know, I'm out all the time, just doing my thing, just enjoying, just filming, and just having a good time and just making everyone feel happy and putting a smile on people's faces. That is what it's all about. Yeah, exactly, innit? But yeah, hopefully there should be some more. Hopefully, I think there's something else either taking off or coming in soon.
Do they come in the same way as they take out?
Not always. It depends on the wind.
Okay.
So they'll take off into the wind.
Yeah.
They'll go against it. So the wind's going that way. So they'll take off towards us then. All right. If the wind changed direction and started blowing that towards us, they'll take off from here.
Yeah. But in terms of landing, they could come either way.
No, they will use the same runway they took off from if the wind didn't change.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Yeah. No worries at all. And that's the beauty of this channel, ladies, gents and teddy bears. The beauty of waking up and knowing that we've got such a fantastic community. That is the beauty of the Ted Coningsby community. It looks after each other. That is what it's all about. I mean, gone are the days when I first started off worrying, oh no, is there going to be any movement? Yes, I want to get you some movement. I want to get you this. I want to get you that. I get it. But the thing is, it was that fine day at Mildenhall, all day, 1,000 people watching, and just one takeoff. I think it was a takeoff, wasn't it? That's all we had, and it's an absolute testament. It happens time and time again that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what we get here. It's just you're all there. And just cheering, just put in the cheering, just put in the joy. I know what it's like out there. I know what it's like. It hasn't been a smooth ride for me all my life, and I get it. And everyone's different, and everyone goes through different things. I always say, look, at the end of the day, mental health is exactly like a plane. It's exactly like an aircraft. Looks good, but there's something going on underneath, and it's like the Ted Coningsby channel community is the ground crew for it. It's a safe zone. I've developed it into, look, just leave your problems, probably the wrong word actually, leave behind. It's a neutral space. It's a safe place. All right. Everyone's got different eating habits, all right? Everyone's got different political views. Everyone's got different taste in aircraft. Everyone wants to be somewhere they can't be anymore. Everyone wants this, everyone wants that. How about we just switch off for a moment, just come and pretend you're here with me right now, just chilling out and enjoying the day, even if we get nothing. This is exactly what it looks like. It's exactly that projection, because I want to make sure that you're all happy and all smiling. Because I know what it's like, you could be talking to someone that's absolutely bouncing, absolute comedian, as in a nice way. I don't mean that as a joke, in a nice way, a comedian. We've all got a mate that's like that. We've all got a mate that's hyperactive, but you just don't know what is going on inside. You just do not know what is up in there. Sometimes it's sometimes it's an effort to do that. There are different stages of mental health. Sometimes it's sometimes when people get depressed, they're just switching off from without making it sound bad. Sometimes when your body goes into a state of depression, it probably needs it. I don't know. Sometimes I feel that it's going through that, but it's coming back out of it to say, hey, it's okay not to be okay. It's all right not to be okay. It's when we feel depressed, it's not a nice state to be in, but it's a message to say something's not right, and it's to be able to talk to that's the step you've got to take. It's when they don't talk, that is the problem. See, depression is a state where it's like something's wrong inside, things ain't working out, and it's to be able to talk about it. Because I remember decades ago, even in the military sense, you remember the term like man up, stop crying. It's like your body maybe your body needs to cry, maybe your body needs to be upset, and it was like almost like a stigma to not be able to say, look man, it has hurt me, and which is why I always say it's important that the channel as well is kept and moderated, because each thing you say to someone can make or break their day. If you called someone really, you know, if you said something to someone, they could be conscious of that, you know? It's like, I don't know, I'm just going to pick on myself for a minute and go, I hate that tattoo. I could be conscious of that tattoo and it would just mess up my whole day and whole life. When we're kids, how many quotes from teachers can you still remember today that haunt you? Because it's, by the way, I've got nothing against teachers, by the way, they were great. I'm just saying there were a few quotes and comments that still haunt me today in some ways. I've dealt with them, but it's like, you know, I've been told very, very bad things when I was a kid by a couple, right? Nothing against them, got nothing against teachers. What I'm trying to say is, when you say something to someone, it could affect them for the rest of their life, you know? It could really mess you up. It could stitch things up in a bad way. So which is why I don't want any negativity on the stream, you know, because it could affect someone. Someone may be conscious of something, you know, someone may have, it could bring back stuff in the past that could upset someone, which is why keep it positive, keep it smiling, keep it happy. You know, it's a big thing that's out there. Some countries are still in a little bit of hiding with, I think, we've been a bit more liberal to mental health, because it did used to be a stigma, definitely in this country, 100%. You know, oh, he's depressed, oh no, you know, cheer up. It doesn't work like that, does it? We all know that. And which is amazing to hear how many of you have used the channel and still use it today when you're going through bad times. Use the channel today when you've had an operation, when you've had a stroke, when you've had a heart attack, when you've had cancer. I've heard all these things. When you've been bullied, when I get emails from various and a lot of you to tell me how the channel has helped, and that wasp better not sting me, because I will be upset. Go away, man. Right, go on, just hurry up and sting me, come on. Reverse psychology. So yeah, look, listen, at the end of the day, the channel is about a community. It is about, you know, just sticking together, having a good time, you know, and we know what it is. We know what it is. We know what it's like, and we've all been there. You know, that wasp is now back. I'll tell you what, I've got a little bit of a smoke thing for them, but that's what it's all about, man. You know, we did our bit for Head Up charity, which was really cool. A charity to support mental health and suicide for our armed forces, because, you know, we enjoy the aircraft, we enjoy the Royal Air Force, we enjoy the United States Air Force and the Allies, and it's a way to give something back, you know. Just because we enjoy it and we love it. I'm probably going to get stung today. So yeah, I hope that made sense anyway. So yeah, it's what I'm... I can hear an engine, can you? Oh, is that on the move? Don't know if it's an engine run or it's taxiing. I can hear a KC-135. Anyway, I hope that made sense, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Like I said, never rehearsed, always talking from the heart. You know how it is. Sometimes I get my words wrong, so I do apologise. There was no offence to teachers, just saying that, you know, we've all had a quote from someone that still plays in your head on repeat sometimes. But amazing how the brain is, isn't it? And amazing how it can be impacted in that way. You know. Yeah, exactly. You know, it's who you're with as well. You know, it's who you're with. I get it. Some people like to be on their own. I get it. Some people don't like too many people. I get that. Everyone's different, which is what I tried to say. Everyone is different. You know, everyone is different. You know, and it's the channel is a lot more than aviation now. I get that. You know, it's not a military aviation channel full stop, is it? There's the bears, there's the history part, there's the aviation anyway, and then there's the rest of it, which is that bit that glues it and bonds it all together, and that's you, that's the community, and that's what makes me proud. And every day, without fail, every day I will go home, minimum every day, and there's more and more and more. Every day I come home and there's an email, a letter, a card, a text message, a DM, or on any platform to say, hey man, thank you for helping me. Every day, all right? And it's like, and I will read them and I will reply to them. And, you know, and it's like someone's reaching out. and I'll do my best to reply to everyone. But yeah, it's incredible. The channel has, you know, and how many airmen have we heard come up to us and just, you know, drive past and oi and right. What's going on here? Right. What's going on? What's going on? Anyway, I hope that wasn't too deep, or hope it was okay. Okay, so Quid 36, I think it is, will be departing. Another movement. See, it's a good day. Monka 007, how you doing? Hope you're good. Thanks a lot for your kind words. Hope you're all good. Thank you everyone, and some good news. We do have what looks like a departure coming up. Another KC-135. I think last week I think we got 0 KC-135s. We had everything else, and today it's no MC-130Js, it's KCs this time. Brilliant. Cool. Monka 007, hope you're well, hope you're all good. Good to see you on here. Kevin Marshall, how you doing? Hope you're good. Russell Moore. That's a compliment and a half, isn't it? There must be more. Is that still going, EastEnders? Goodness me. God, EastEnders, I can't believe that's still going. Now, I don't know what, I'm pretty sure I heard something that's going to be doing circuits for about 2 hours, or in the pattern for 2 hours. There goes my early finish today then, eh? I heard something. I might have got it wrong. I don't really have the radio on. It's only just on ground, just so I got an idea what's going on. But Black Cat's on its way here, which is a C-17. And I've never been fortunate enough to catch Brize's C-17s here. They do hang around for a while. It's looking like it's heading this way. Oh yeah, it is, just behind me. I don't know if it's just going past or coming here, I've no idea yet. Now, what's amazing, have a look at this, right? Who's tuned in? Who's tuned into this, right? Here we go. Now, you see this C-17, right? The squadron, 99 squadron, who are flying this right now, they're the first operational squadron of RAF Mildenhall, and here they are. How, I mean, do you not find that fascinating? I love that. So what we got, 70, 80, so 92 years later, this is a 92-year connection between the squadron that's flying this. Hang on, I might got that wrong. 91 year. 91 years connecting this aircraft, or at least the squadron that's flying it, with RAF Mildenhall. That is goosebump moment, or Ted first stand-up moment, because that is just incredible. Now, I often see it when I'm at home. Oh, we got the KC-135 departing as well. Yeah, I'm often at home and I see a C-17 of Brize just do about 4 billion circuits, and I'm like, ah. Or I'm at Lake and Heath doing the same thing. Well, this will be cool if we do get that. Just keep an eye on that. Let me just have a quick look. Sorry, I'm just going to put this on here for a minute. You know me, I like holding these things, you know. I like to hold my camera, you know. I like holding it. Right, let me just pop this here for 1 second. Let me just keep an eye on that. We do have... look at that C-17. What's it doing? It's descending, isn't it? Come on. What's the squawk? I'll forget that for a minute. I'll catch this departure before I miss it. Hang on. Sorry about that. Hang on. back again. Right, what's the story with the C-17 then? Let's have a look. It is turning, oh my word. Right. Bit of Brize, bit of Lockheed coming here. So it looks like we've got some C-17 action from RAF Brize Norton for the lovers of C-17s. This one's for you. Oh, hello. Where are you going? Well, that's one way to cut your grass, isn't it? And the KC-135 has turned as well. Right, here we go. Get ready then. Oh, yeah. Here we go. And don't forget, ladies and steady bears, to share the stream. And if you haven't done so already, hit the like. Have we got 1,000 likes yet? I'm not even sure if we have. Hit the like, and of course, let me give you the stream checklist if you haven't done so already. So give us a thumbs up, hit the like button, and of course subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. It's free to subscribe. This is what we do day in, day out, week in, week out. Although a short week for us this week with regards to the shows. We should be back on the usual. I've updated the no-TEDs, so check out tedconingsby.co.uk. Check out no-TEDs. Put in a couple of dates for next year as well. Yeah, we're gonna need 1,000 likes, come on. This is the C-17 Globemaster. Pratt & Whitney's F-117 engines. Smashing out 21,600 pounds of thrust each. Oh yeah. I may have got that wrong, the thrust on this. Sorry about that. Should have been 40,000. Isn't that amazing? No, I do love that fact that the very squadron that's flying the C-17 is the very squadron that first operated here on the base November 1934. How awesome is that? Seriously, for the Handley Page Hayford. I think we got circuits from both. Yeah, we have. Oh, this is going to be amazing. Back to back. Yeah, sorry, I said 20. I don't know why I said that. Yeah, so the Pratt & Whitney's F-117 engines smash out a whopping 40,400 pounds of thrust on those C-17s. Each engine, so that's like a Typhoon and a bit on each engine. So we've got the KC-135. Well, this will count on your Brize bingo. We've got the KC-135 as well. I've got my eye on it. It is on approach now, it's on final. Part of the circuit is called downwind. So yeah, your checklist, ladies, gents and teddy bears, please give us a like, thumbs up, give the like button a touch and go, and give the subscribe button a low approach in case you haven't subscribed to the channel. Come and join us, it's free to do that, and do pairs depart with the notification bell button along with your subscription. It is free, like I said. You just click a button and there you are. And notification bell button, set it to all so you don't miss out on the latest and greatest live streams and videos. And of course, usually we have our short Sunday. It's optional if you want to wear shorts on Sunday shorts. You know it is. Let's have a look at RC-17, and it's already here, look. Oh yeah. So, do you get asked, you know, does hitting the like button and subscriptions, do they help? Of course, yes they do. They help our visibility on YouTube. So if we've got all our subscribers smashing that like button, all our viewers as well, if the subscribers like it and it's something that YouTube may recommend or put it on the For You or Up Next, that kind of thing, that's why it helps. Of course, it looks good as well. If you've got lots of subscribers, it's obviously something good to watch. That's how it works. All our subscribers are organic, they are real. Hence we've got the verification tick, and I have been awarded the Silver Play Button Awards, which I will reveal next week when I safely acquire it. obviously YouTube will have to do all the checks, you see. If you're not a real account or you don't have real subscribers, then they won't give it to you. They won't verify it. Thanks, Davey. 1,000 likes, thank you. That's what I'm talking about. Let's get this up. Let's get this boosted. It's going to be some good fun now. Timed that well, didn't I? Look at this. Just. Well, I hope you're enjoying this, because it's just ended up on a different side of the spectrum now. We now have a KC-135 and a C-17 in circuit for numerous circuits. gone just a little bit out of the circuit, but they're coming in. Well, they're still in the circuit, they've just gone a little bit out other than normal. Well, I hope you're all good and enjoying this, ladies, gents and teddy bears. This definitely is a good afternoon, Davey. Absolutely. Hope you're enjoying it. Right, the C-17 is going out a little bit further out for now. I'm wondering if the KC-135 is landing. Let me just do a few little... Okay, right, that's better. Here we go, let's have a look what's going on. Yeah, the C-17's gone out a little bit. Not that it matters, we've had a million circuits already, so that's good. This is pretty good here. C-17's gone way out. Maybe to give it time to land. Let me see. We'll find out in a sec. But I do have a funny feeling it's gonna do another circuit. I don't know why, just I mean, why not? Just behind the tree at the minute. Yep, clear for the option, here we go. Oh, nice shots. Couldn't have timed that any better. bless you. For a minute, just 1 second. What's going on over here? Let's have a look at RC-17, how far it's gone out. Oi, oi, all right. We've even got one departing very shortly as well. Oh yeah! Don't go anywhere, ladies, gents and teddy bears. It's good. send it. Oh, it's nice and low. Right, and we do have a departure coming up as well for you. How's everyone doing on their bingo? Hope they're all good. Hope you've managed to score various lines and full houses. Let's see what you got. Anyone close? You're watching the Ted Coningsby channel. Hope we're all good. Well, it's been a fantastic day here today. We've had a good time. We've seen various aircraft, F-35s, well, one doing 2 low approaches, C-17s doing loads of circuits, KC-135s doing loads of circuits, few takeoffs, and right at the beginning the C-146 Wolfhound as well. So when you put that into perspective, it's been a very good day. Final, here we go.
Oh, slam. Here we go, another departure for the day. Scared the hell out of me, I'll be honest with you. That did actually make me jump, it was hilarious. Right, so let me just have a quick catch up on ADSB, see what's going down. Big shout out to Team Mildenhall, bless them, love it. Right, let's have a quick look. So we've still got, thanks to everyone who's smashing that like button. Let's see what's going on with this. The C-17 is running in. You've got that one that's just taken off. You've got a KC-135 downwind. Looks like it's on final in a second.
Love it. That's from the base in Addis. Ted Coningsby channel, the original military aviation channel. UK's much loved. That's military aviation streaming, that is, in the UK. We like to keep it that way, so with your support, let's keep going, keep riding. It's been a good day, hasn't it? Can you see now? For those that are new to Mildenhall, can see how, you know, just chill out, relax, because you just never know what is about to happen. You know, just sit back, relax, bring a nice comfy chair and just enjoy it, especially on a lovely day like this, because, you know, something extraordinary will happen. C-17 with a KC-135 together in circuits, which is amazing. Obviously not flying in sync, but you know what I mean, in the circuit, one after the other. C-17, if you just tuned in, from Brize Norton, 99 Squadron, and of course, as I mentioned, 99 Squadron, the first operational squadron to operate here with the Handley Page Hayfords in 1934 in November. And I love that connection. I think it's such a good connection that it's here. Call sign Black Cat, hence the Puma. Their squadron badge. Oh, this is a shot and a half. Look at this. all good, enjoying the show, ladies, shits and teddy bears. It's good.
Oi, oi.
Oi, oi, you alright?
Yeah.
How's it going, alright, yeah?
A lot of activity today.
Hmm?
A lot of activity today.
Well, I think so anyway. I'm sure they've got. Let's have a quick look what's going on.
4 stayed behind because of some mechanical issues, I believe.
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea on that, I'm afraid.
I didn't see on your channel catching those ones when leaving.
I don't know. I think they've all gone, but that's my thoughts.
Good luck.
Thank you. You too. Have a good one.
Yeah, take care.
You too.
Are you here tomorrow?
Not here tomorrow. I don't think I'll be here tomorrow.
Where are you going tomorrow?
Don't know yet. Don't know just yet. I'll ask Ted. Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Mildenhall, and I think we're going to be here for a while at the moment. Lots of circuits for the KC-135 and RAF Brize Norton C-17. We've had two low approaches from a single F-35A from Lake and Eve as well. It's been a good day. The only thing we haven't seen flying here are the CV-22 Ospreys and the MC-130J Commando 2. But last week we had sort of something similar. We had a MC-130J doing lots of circuits. We didn't see a KC-135, but we did see the E4B. Night watch aircraft depart. I think it was last week. go home and find out where we're going to go tomorrow. Keep the notification bell button on. Is this Wolfback? Yep, it is. Oi, oi, you alright? Good. So of all the times I'm never here and the C-17's doing 4 million circuits, I've managed to catch it. God, it sounded like dial-up. Whose was that?
Yesterday, three F-22s at Nightingale. The video was posted.
No, I posted that yesterday.
I would have forgotten myself. Alright, thanks.
No worries.
Oh, fuck, golden.
You okay, yeah?
Yeah.
Good.
Been over to Lakenheath.
Okay. You had a good day?
Yeah, brilliant.
Good.
Been
Good.
here very long?
Sorry?
Been here very long?
Oh, yeah, all day.
Oh, wow.
See a lot of
Oh, yeah. Okay, here we go.
much more to F-35 coming in together.
Nice.
See a
That's
lot
good.
of flame, like the flame up stuff.
Oh yeah, they're good, they are. Good to watch. Okay, here we go. Another circuit coming up. Well, this is definitely a delight. Just going to check where our C-17's gone. Is that it from our C-17 perhaps? Yep, it looks like Black Cat has finally got reach as well. Got another. Oh man, this is see the difference just hanging around is. So Black Cat has left her den, or shall we say going back to her den, going back to her lair. Yeah, been here quite long. Here we go. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. We might even get another C-17 landing. A US Air Force one. So we've got the KC-135 just coming in. Just before we go on to the KC-135, just really quickly, a question there. We do get asked this quite a lot. It is a very, very common question and a good one. A good question is good because it's asked. So the question is, why is the plane doing lots of circuits? All right, these are called circuits, and they're various types of go-arounds, or at least they go into a go-around. You can have a natural go-around where the aircraft will be on the overhead and go around, literally. Why would they do that? Because there could be an aircraft that's sort of coming into land, or there's a confliction, some traffic in the sky, an emergency that's just happened, and there's not even going to be an attempt to land, so they'll just do a go-around. A touch and go, again, good for training to practice more takeoff and landings. Okay, so usually you take off and then land, that's the end. But what you can do is maybe you've got a junior pilot you want to train. If you're a QFI, a qualified flying instructor, you can be sat next to the pilot and you can practice takeoff and landings. Also, there's a low approach procedure as well. Eventually they do go into a go-around procedure, or sometimes it's just to use it for a practice diversion as well, where you can go to another airfield to do the same thing, which is called a PD, practice diversion. Hope that makes sense. So emergencies could be a stranded vehicle, so you've got to go back up again. A plane that's just landed had an issue, a tyre burst, again, gets the pilot all trained up, ready to kick in, all that training when the real thing happens. But takeoff and landing practices is a good one as well. So I hope that's cleared that one up for any viewers that are not sure. A good pilot is always training, practicing all the time, and especially at a level military, they're a different breed. This is the 351st Air Refueling Squadron and the controls. Landing lights on to potentially even on takeoff to scare birds. You know, just thought then that the 100th Bomb Group flew a 4-engine aircraft, and today they fly a 4-engine aircraft. A very different role, of course, but again, very fitting. Hope you're all enjoying it. Just having a look for this. Got a KC-1, sorry, a C-17 making its way. Oh, maybe not. So it's turning for Stansted. Yeah, it is London Stansted. Okay, so it's all on our KC-135 now. How we're doing? Hope we're good. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel live. It's turning in nicely. Let's go and catch a few shots then, now that the C-17 well, one of them's gone and the other one has is not coming here. Reach call sign. But it's been a magnificent day. Do you see how it can change here at Mildenhall? You know, it's quiet, you get the odd one or two, and then suddenly, boom. See ya. Square D flying proudly with nose art of Wolfpack. Again, the nose art was featured on the B-17s of the 100th Bomb Group. And it's just such a lovely thing to see that legacy still going on today, and for the pilots that are flying with the 100th and are part of the 100th, that's not just you know, make it predominantly a pilot role. Don't forget all the airmen, all the ground crew that kept those B-17s fixed, serviceable, tip-top. The ground crew that are with the 100th today, their legacy is keeping that 100th Bomb Group alive, and I find that amazing. It's such an amazing thing. Just let that turn beyond those trees and I'll catch it. I don't know if anyone's counted how many circuits this is, but do let us know. Do let me know in the comments. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Well, it's all on this KC-135 to determine when we finish, I guess. But hope you've enjoyed it today. It's been absolutely cracking. It's been lovely having you all here. So let's see what the plans are for this. Been nearly 2 hours of circuits. Wow. Clear for the option. Here we go. Another circuit coming up. So I hope you learned some cool stuff today from us here at the Ted Coningsby channel. Like we do, like to educate as well, and of course I for myself, I like to learn stuff as well, so really good, and pass on that information to all of you. Tell you what, the wind's calmed down now and it's absolutely scorching. Funky time. Have got to go. I think they're out. They're like really itchy, they're all over my face. All right. Whew. Right, where's that gone then? You all right there? I do. You'll have to wait. Is that all right? I should have one. It's in there somewhere. No problem, thank you. Right, where's he gone then? Oh, there. Oh, he's low. Gone out quite far. Almost out by Ely. It's gone pretty low. This could be a good one. It's extremely low for that distance, so hold on to your berets. This could be good. Let me show you what I can see. I can see it in this light. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Another circuit coming up. Here we go. Look at this. How are you, man? We haven't seen Ted much of Ted. We've seen the bears today. Jay Bolton, looks like US Air Force C-17 coming back. Well, I hope so. Guards March, thank you very much. Actually, we had this before. We went to Stansted and came here. Snoopy, thank you very much for the super chat. Guards March, keep on flying RAF forward. Andrew Porter, Guards March, thank you very much for the super chat. And also, thank you very much again, Guards March. We've got another great stream, Nikos. Thank you very much, Andrew Porter, and another Guards March for Andrew Porter for the super sticker. Tony Cook upgraded to TCS Posh Officers at Guards March, thank you very much. Jay Bolton, thank you very much for the super chat. Guards March to you. We Stevie Boy, thank you very much for the super sticker. And Margot Baxter, thank you very much for the super sticker as well. Kevin Marshall with 15 months membership. Oi oi Ted, Nikos and all the TCS, keep up the great work, thank you very much. Chris Nichols, high five. Guards March, thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. And RJ as well, thank you very much. High five to you, thank you for joining the squadron as well. Okay, I think we're good on that one. I think we're all up to date there, Ted. Mark Moody, how you doing? Andy White, Alan Gates, John K, how you doing? Hope we're all good. Alan Gates, Kieran, Simon, Sean, Blocks, thank you very much everyone. Hope you've all enjoyed it today. Right, here comes the KC-135. Back round again. Reminding me of last week when I was here till 6 o'clock. We may have to call this one our last one because we do have another show tomorrow. I've got to still get back. But we'll see. It's been brilliant though, isn't it? I mean, it is a 24-hour base. That time of year for bugs, wasps and God knows what that goes crawling in your ear. what a day. What an absolute gem of a Mildenhall stream we've had today, right? Over, I'll make that 2 hours of non-stop circuits. Done, and I hope you've all enjoyed that, ladies, gents and teddy bears. That is a wrap. Oh, go on then, let's get a little bit more of it then. Go on then, just see it off. Nice one. Well, there we go, ladies, gents and teddy bears. A great way to end the day. That's what I call a Mildenhall stream, you know how it is. Well, what a day, what a day. Ted Bry, mate, let's finish off. Let's get it a salmon wrap, California roll. Well, what a day. Absolutely incredible. A lot. See how it changed from the start. It was 1 hour, one movement, 1 hour, and then suddenly exploded at the end, right? Amazing, and it's always good. And thank you for tuning in today with all the history and the bears, and I'm sure Ted will be able to give a check-up on one of the bears later. So, of course, thank you very much to RAF Mildenhall for all they do. Thank you very much, and of course, all our viewers, thank you so much for tuning in today and having some fun with us here at RAF Mildenhall. So we've had a good time, haven't we, Ted? Yep, it's been brilliant, and I hope you've enjoyed it as well. And well, we'll catch you on the next one, which is tomorrow. We're going to go home and find out where we're going to be. So notification bell button on, where you'll be notified of our latest and greatest live streams and videos. Just checking there's no last minute. Yep, we're all good. So thank you very much, ladies, gents, teddy bears. So my name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Mildenhall. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon. Wish you well. See ya! Oh yeah, ladies, gents and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Brize Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. you can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support. And it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Aw, yeah.
Golf India, Brize Norton,